What's good, the peoples? I'm just getting my chat on screen here. Oh, I didn't get a bottle of water. That's what I didn't do. I'll be right back. Hooray! Now I has drink. Ah, refreshing. I do have some good news to report. According to Steam, I got the last achievement for this game. So Final Fantasy VIII's achievements are done. The last one was for Squall to kill 1,000 enemies. And it has to be Squall, I guess. Well, no. According to these numbers, I should have got this achievement a long time ago. Am I just bad at math? I can't be that bad at math, right? I know I just eyeballed these numbers, but still. Like 790. Zell has 72. Keestis has 8. Keestis has more kills than Zell? That seems weird. Selfie's got more kills than both. Yeah, like we're already well over 1,200. We just got this achievement, though. We just got this achievement for 1,000 enemies killed. That's weird. I'm not sure why we just got this. But yeah, there's an achievement for 1,000 enemies, and we didn't have it last week. And I checked this screen. And saw that Squall only had like 700 enemies killed. And I thought, oh, it must just be 1,000 kills for Squall in particular, but apparently that is not the case. But in... Here, I'll just do this for a second. Here we go. Just for a second, I'll just bring up the Steam window here. So, unlock Quetzalcoatl, unlock Shiva, unlock Ifrit, unlock Siren, upgrade your weapon. And like a lot of these we got forever ago. Yeah, because I played the remastered version of this game for the first time in 2019. Play Triple Triad, we've done that a couple times. Get paid from Seed, unlock Brothers, reach maximum hit points, which is trivial in this game, kill 100 enemies, capture a Chocobo, draw 100 spells, unlock Alexander, unlock Leviathan, unlock Pandemona, unlock Cerberus, unlock Carbuncle, unlock Doom Train, lose a rare card. This all happened in 2019. Defeat every member of the CC group. Oh, I guess this one we just got this year in January. Complete Obel Lake. This is one of the achievements, and this is a side quest in this game that's extremely obscure, and it's well known for being impenetrable. Like, it's well known for being like a big guy, dang it, like nobody figures this out. And I knew of this side quest back in February when I played it, so if you look for my stream on around this time, I set myself a goal to see if I could figure out how to solve the puzzle of Obel Lake without looking up any guides or anything. And I had never been exposed to the solutions before, but I did know that it involved a lot of treasure hunting around the world. And most of what it was is just flying around the world looking for particular geographic locations. But I did solve Obel Lake without a guide, so it is possible. There was 1,000 kills, which we got on... Oh, we got it last week, actually, according to this. Okay. Destroy Omega. Draw 100 times from draw points. These we just got this year during the Almost Perfect save. Get all the Timber Maniacs magazines. Unlock Cactar and Ton. I didn't do that before, really? Okay. Unlock Eden. Finish the game, which I completed in 2019. Unlock Diablos. Unlock Bahamut. Find the Ragnarok airship, which is part of the story. Get Seed Rank A, which is also trivial. And complete the UFO side quest, which we did, I guess, just earlier this year. So yeah, that's all done. That's all Achievos. There is no achievement for spinning a turtle for 100 hours, but I think we're going to earn that one too before it's all over. I actually have not done a Chivo check for Final Fantasy X for a little while yet. Mainly because, like, the percentage tracker, if I just look at, you've got 40% achievements or whatever, like, just to glance and see what I've got left to do would not be accurate, because technically it counts the achievements for both Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy X-2, which I have not even started, so... We're doing an evening stream tonight. Over Labor Day weekend, my sleep schedule completely flipped around, and now I'm almost entirely nocturnal. I'm sure in no small part thanks to the Steam release of Cookie Clicker. I have become the clicker of cookies once again. I've been actually doing a lot of preparation, like D&D prep for our new D&D campaign starting in a few weeks, and getting a lot of videos rendered and things, and Cookie Clicker just being an omnipresent companion in the background of those activities. Alright, we spinning. Let's top off here. And wait for Gilgafred. And let's get my spreadsheet open here. There it is. There's Gilgafred. That must have been Excalibur. I was looking at my spreadsheet. But yeah, the turtle's still spinning, so first try, that's already done. Okay. We can mute Final Fantasy VIII. We can put it in the corner. I did have a minor heart attack today because when I went to open this game, it's the first time I played Final Fantasy VIII this week. And Steam gave me an error that it was having difficulty syncing my save files, which are stored in the cloud. Fortunately, I think it's just I've been playing, like I said, a lot of Cookie Clicker, which means I've got Steam installed on my laptop. I never play games on my laptop, but I've got Cookie Clicker running on it. So I think opening Steam on the laptop has confused something with my cloud saves. But as soon as I close Steam on the laptop, it all evened out. It evened out, and it is now fine. All right, now for the part that I like somewhat less. You know what? Actually, I'm curious. I want to do a Chivo check for Final Fantasy X. Okay, so find one Albed Primer, win a Blitzball match, Besaid Cloister, steal successfully with Riku. Why only Riku, I wonder? Why can't you steal with everybody else? Get the party members together. That's just a storyline Chivo. Underwater date scene is a storyline Chivo. Win a Blitzball tournament. Learn the Jet Shot. Pass all Chocobo training. Does that include the... I wonder if that includes the Chocobo Trainer race. Defeat Unileska, defeat Seymour Omnis, dodge 200 lightning strikes, done on February 11th. Obtain Anima, obtain Yojimbo, obtain Mega Sisters. Here it is. This is the Chocobo Catcher. win a chocobo race with a total time of 000. Ugh. Power Strike. So deal 9999. Spend 100,000 gil in bribes. Relatively recently, yeah. We just started bribing recently. Get all the Jex spheres. 99999. Get all of the Remium Temple chests. We've done. Unlock all slot reels. Learn all enemy abilities. We just did this. Get all the Aeons. I guess this doesn't unlock when you get the Mega Sisters because you can do Anima, Yojimbo, and Mega Sisters in any order. Get all the Celestial Weapons. Find all the Albed Primers. Defeat Yu Yevon, which is the final story achievement. View Eternal Calm. Oh, that must be that cutscene thing we watched. Okay, we've done that. Now, a lot of these unearned achievements are going to be for Final Fantasy X too, but obtain all Final Fantasy X achievements. Buy every sphere at the Luca Theater. Complete a sphere grid for one character. Complete the sphere grid for all characters. Defeat Penance. Defeat Nemesis. That must be it for Final Fantasy X. Because these are all 10-2, which we haven't even started yet. I don't have this? Reach the 80th floor of Lukthier Tower. Lukthier? What is that? What is this word? Udisur Tower, and defeat the boss. Oh, I have this on PS3. That's why I did the Udisur Tower last mission minigame stuff on PS3, not on Steam. Okay. So most of these are for Final Fantasy X too, and then the final batch here for last mission, which is the roguelike game. So buy every sphere at Luca Theater? I don't know what that means. I guess we fly to Luca and figure out what that is referring to.
Your cow.
Actually, completing Sphere Grid for one character is going to involve getting Fortune Spheres. We're not going to get those Sphere Grid achievements until the very, very end of the grinding, I don't think. Because we're going to be doing so much replacing of stuff. I guess we gotta go find the Luca Theater. I always get lost in Luca. The layout of this place doesn't make sense to me. Is this the theater or is this the stadium? Sphere Theater. Oh, okay, it's a... Oh, we must have done part of this, because this is currently owned 68 of 68. Currently owned 50 of 50. So I bought some of those. Oh, there's the Chivo. It was just a few more music spheres that we hadn't bought. I don't remember this at all. I do not remember doing this. What songs are those? Waka's theme. Hum of the Faith. Lulu's theme. Okay, well that's done now. We completed the thing. Alright, back to Kilika so we can buy
Your count.
a bunch of shields.
Yeehaw! Here we go.
I'm hoping this is like the single dumbest thing we're gonna have to do in all this grinding. Is this constantly selling packs of shields. It's pretty dumb. Back in the day, in Final Fantasy I, we used to get into arguments over whose turn it was to buy 99 heal potions. And that's exactly what this is. The joke's on me, it's always my turn. Alright, it takes about 200,000 gil to get all of the shields. Right around there. And before we spend sphere levels on Tidus, we want to make sure that we have
You're counting on.
some strength spheres, because he's placing strength 4s as he goes.
Yeehaw! Here we go.
Alright, back to the only screen that matters. Okay. And I think we're sitting on victory for overdrive because we can win this fight without ever taking damage now. So all we're doing here is killing these guys so we can get healing springs. And then we use the healing springs on all these shields we bought. Those we can sell. Yeah, we can sell these. We just need to make room in some inventory. But yeah, we're going to use the healing springs on these shields. For some reason, SOS Regen is incredibly profitable, even though it's a garbage ability. And then once we sell these for a profit, we can bribe these Wings to Discovery out of Malboros for break HP limit. We're also slowly climbing up to dark matter for ribbons. So progress is being made, albeit slowly. This Targe is my like pivot point. Everything south of this Targe I can safely sell. So now we have some space in the inventory for these monster drops that we'll get. This is it. This part of the night is going to take about, I think, like an hour or so to get through a whole batch of shields. Something like that. And we fight 2 of these guys. That'll put us up to 80 healing springs. And we can't really go higher than that because it would just be a waste of a fight. We get 40 per fight, but you can only hold 99. So if I have 80 and I try to get 40 more, I would just hit the limit, and it's kind of like throwing a bunch of them away. Very rarely this monster will also drop Dark Matters, which we do also need in abundance. I'm excellent at this game, which is why I just missed that. The problem is I have no other way to get overdrive. So if I drop my balls, I just have to eat a bunch of damage. If we add anything else to these shields, it actually reduces their value by quite a lot. The empty slots on the shields are more valuable than other abilities are. Alright, let's drop my attack reels again. That was fun the first time. Curious to break Riku's damage limit here. Or HP limit, rather. So, I have no idea how much health she has, but she has more than anybody else, because she basically lapped the entire sphere grid. Must have been a minute since Waka unlocked any strength spheres, because he's still right on the edge of like 49 and 50,000 damage per hit on that attack. Yeah, I want to get my sleep schedule back to normal-ish. Because I would like to wake up tomorrow and then just boot up Final Fantasy IV. I'm curious to find out if they've applied that font patch that became so popular as just like the default standard font or not. I suspect not, but nothing would surprise me. But yeah, I didn't wake up today until almost 4 p.m. I was up very late last night, rendering out a video that I screwed up, and then I tried to render it again, and I screwed it up in the exact same way the second time. Make sure T-Disc passes a turn so we can get some experience here. Oh my goodness. I'm mad. I probably will play Final Fantasy IV 3D a little bit later tonight, as I'm just working my way through it. Oh, T-Disc. Sure, go ahead, buddy. That's a difficult question to answer, because after Final Fantasy X, like in the first 10 games, absolutely yes, nothing is more powerful than attack reels. It does more hits of more damage than anything else in the first 10 games, hands down. But after the first 10 games, the game started kind of calculating damage a little differently. So like in Final Fantasy 12, for example, no single attack is going to do that much damage, but the game isn't about how much damage can you do in a single attack, if that makes sense. Final Fantasy 12 was all about like sustained damage over time, rather than like big super attacks that come out all at once like this. And same thing in Final Fantasy 13. Final Fantasy 13 like has a stagger system. You have actually every Final Fantasy game after 13 also has stagger. 15 has it, 7 Remake has it. But so in 13, a lot of your attacks, they don't do a lot of damage, but then the point isn't doing a lot of damage. The point is getting an enemy staggered. That said, Fang has a super attack that can deal 2 million damage by selecting it off the menu against a staggered opponent with all her buffs and everything on, which does beat Waka. Slightly, I think. I've done all this calculation before. Like this, I'm not new to this question. Actually, let me pull up the. Bear with me a second. I will post a link in the YouTube chat of this old Final Fantasy article that I wrote years ago when Final Fantasy 13 was new. There's the link. So the question that I asked was, I limited to like one single attack. Like how much damage can you get with just a single thing? So the weakest attack in this list is a fasted black belt from Final Fantasy I, who can do 2,000 some odd damage on a good hit. This doesn't predate Dawn of Souls, but I guess I wasn't considering Dawn of Souls for this. So yeah, then it's Final Fantasy II with the Blood Sword, Final Fantasy III with double shurikens, Final Fantasy IV by throwing the knife or the spoon. And that's the last game that doesn't have multi-hit attacks. Then it's Final Fantasy XI with a bad understanding of how Samurai worked. Then 9. Actually, this isn't true. There's attack mechanics in Final Fantasy IX that I wasn't aware of when I wrote this. Because I have marked down that there's a couple attacks in Final Fantasy IX that always do 9999 damage, and I wasn't aware there were any multi-hit attacks. But Steiner has a multi-hit attack that he can select that causes everybody in the party who is at critical HP to attack, and those attacks can be max damage. So Actually, 9999 times 3, or maybe times 4. I'm not sure if Steiner participates. I've never used this attack, and I didn't know that it existed at the time. But then I went with Final Fantasy XII with Haste plus Berserk plus Tornasol. Important to note that this was before the Zodiac Age came out. The Zodiac Age increased the damage limit. Whereas on the PS2, your max damage per hit was 9999. In the Zodiac Age, that's not true. So you can go much, much higher now. Final Fantasy V was the first one, and I'm not sure about this damage potential. I calculated it as 9999 times 8. Because I was figuring dual wield plus an effective Spellblade plus rapid fire. Like Spellblade Flare or something that ignores defense. You could, if you're dual wielding, you get 4 attacks per sword, and each attack hits the max, like the damage cap. You can do 79,992 damage, but I'm not actually sure I've ever seen a Final Fantasy V character do that. It's actually very difficult to reach that damage cap. And it's even more difficult if you're using dual wield and rapid fire. Final Fantasy VI, it's actually trivial to hit that damage cap with the Triad, or the Genji Glove and a Master's Scroll. Final Fantasy VII, Cloud gets 15 critical hits for 149,985 damage. Final Fantasy VIII is kind of incalculable because it's limited by how quickly you can put in Zell's dual inputs, but I have it here as 1.14 million damage. Final Fantasy X, if all of Wakka's attack reels hit max damage, you're dealing 1,199,988 damage, which is a lot, but Fang blows that out of the water. Because she does 2 hits of 999,999 for 1,999,998 damage. But that, like I said earlier, is a little misleading because in Final Fantasy XIII, 2 million damage is basically nothing. Relative to how many hit points monsters have in their respective games, Wakka's attack reel is way more powerful than Fang's high wind attack, and requires a lot less setup. Like, Wakka could realistically do this every turn, or every 2 turns maybe, whereas Fang can do it only after a great deal of setup inside of a battle, staggering an enemy, etc. So, that's way more information answering the question that you asked, but yeah, in a lot of ways, attack reels is still the most powerful thing in this series in terms of how much damage you can do with a single attack. I think Zell probably wins with relative hit points, because the numbers in Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII are pretty comparable when you get to like the endgame super bosses and stuff. And the problem with Cloud is that he's limited to 15 hits. If you're fast and you get a level 4 desperation mode situation going on in Final Fantasy VIII, you can squeeze in way more than 15 hits with Zell. It is more difficult for Zell to get max damage on individual hits with dual, though. Ah, dang it. You have to be hitting an opponent with Meltdown. He's got to have max strength. Which I guess isn't that difficult. You just junction 100 ultimates to him and he's good to go. I mean, another way of looking at it is that the Black Belt wins by relative hit points, because he can do 2,000 damage, and the strongest monster in the game has 2,000 hit points. Like, that Black Belt can one-shot the final boss. I think the only other final boss you can literally one-shot I mean, you don't know. Waka can almost certainly do it. Depending on what you call the final boss in this game. I'm not sure if Braska's final Aeon has more than 1 million hit points or not. Final Fantasy VI, you can one-shot every portion of the final boss, but there's 4 separate stages you've got to go through. I'm not sure if Cloud's Omni Slash... I imagine it would one-shot Safer Sephiroth. I'm not sure I've ever done it, though. I must have used Omni Slash against Safer Sephiroth at some point in my life, but I can't bring to mind whether it was literally a one-shot or not. Because remember, the way that accuracy works in Final Fantasy I is it's essentially modeling the same thing that Omni Slash is doing and that Duel is doing. It's not just rolling one damage roll, it's calculating how many hits you've done and then calculating damage separately for each of those hits. That's essentially what Omni Slash and Duel are. It's just you hit 15 times and attack reels. You hit 15 times and you do some amount of damage per hit. Okay, we've got enough for some more Wings to Discovery now. And then in Dawn of Souls, you can get even higher than 2,000. Because Temper actually works properly in Dawn of Souls. So you can stack a bunch of Temper. And you like 15, 16,000 seems to be about the ceiling. Like I don't know what the theoretical ceiling is, but in practice, I think 15,000 is probably the best you're ever going to get. In Final Fantasy I, Dawn of Souls. I'm going to provoke this man. I'm going to bribe this man with 1, 2, 8. Bye! Alright, is that enough Wings to Discovery for Riku's armor? Yes. She has 17,000 hit points. But yeah, some games like Final Fantasy XII, the concept of like how much damage can you do with one single attack like doesn't really make sense in that system. It still does have a system for like determining how many times you hit and then figuring out how much damage each of those individual hits do when you get into stuff like weapon chaining, but it really is more about sustained damage over time than doing a big damage in one turn, because your characters don't really have turns as such. Like they do, but the lines start getting really blurry. And I don't even know how you would answer this question for Final Fantasy XV. I just don't know the game well enough. Again, that game, it's all about established damage over time, and there's battles in that game that are functionally just scripted battles where Noctis is dealing effectively infinite damage by hammering the button and hitting the cutscene prompts. It's kind of the equivalent of how Cloud always uses Omni Slash against, like, the final cutscene version of Sephiroth in whatever game Sephiroth is from. I actually don't remember how Kingdom Hearts battle system works. I remember it being much more of an action game, though. Which I guess Final Fantasy 15 is. Like, there's no situation in Final Fantasy 15 where you can swing your weapon and watch your weapon hit the enemy, but then, like, get a miss pop up. You know what I mean? Positioning and actually connecting with your weapons are part of the battle system in that game. But I don't remember enough about Kingdom Hearts to comment. Kingdom Hearts is a bad game. I don't like it. I don't like it, man. Not only do I not like Kingdom Hearts, but, like, I'm mad that I don't like Kingdom Hearts. Like, even as a teenager, when that game was in development, I guess I was already graduated high school by the time it actually came out, but, like, I followed the development of that game. I can't name another game I followed the development of that closely. Like, every time, like, new screenshots were leaked or, like, new commercials or trailers came out, I was so stoked because I love Final Fantasy games and I loved Disney movies. And there was not a lot of overlap in those two things when I was in high school. Like, it was weird to be into both of those kinds of things at once. So I'm like, oh, this is so vindicating that we're going to get a Final Fantasy plus Disney game. And then the game actually came out, and I was so disappointed. I love the soundtrack, though. The soundtrack's amazing. I played an orchestral version of Simple and Clean upon my wedding day. And then one of Peanut's little cousins, I don't know his name, I don't know her extended family that well, but he was like, I don't know, 11 or 12 years old at the time, and after the ceremony, he was like, I heard him talking to somebody, I'm like, he was playing Kingdom Hearts music, that's awesome. Didn't have the heart to tell him that Kingdom Hearts actually sucks, but wasn't my place to ruin anybody's day. I haven't played any of the Kingdom Hearts games since the first one, though, so maybe the series got way better, but I doubt it. Every time I've watched, like, speedruns of Kingdom Hearts 2, I guess I haven't watched any of 3 at all. But people have asked me if I'm going to add Kingdom Hearts to the almost perfect save list, and I'm not. Oh, I didn't fight 2 of the guys, oh well. Oh, I did fight 2, but I must have gotten Dark Matter from one of them. Parasite Eve has an outstanding soundtrack. I love it. I really wish, I guess because the game, like the title and the IP and stuff is tied up, like Square doesn't own all the rights that they need. But I would love an HD version or even a remake of Parasite Eve. I think you could remake that game really well. Because that game was all about, like, the visual spectacle of it. It was marketed as a cinematic RPG. I think it might have been the first like major RPG release that used that terminology specifically. And it's just like a really good game. Like, you can loop the game using the New Game Plus and just have a lot of fun with it. Parasite Eve 2 also needs a remake, but mostly just because the first game is busted and borderline unplayable. But you could give it a modern control scheme and it would be a lot better. Taking a chance by not saving as much, but I haven't seen the game crash in quite a while, actually. Final Fantasy IV had crashed several times, which is hilarious. The one saving grace of this grind over some of the other grinds we're going to have to do is every single aspect of it is making guaranteed, measurable progress. As dumb and as tedious as this is, every single inch of it is actually moving forward. There are going to be grinds later in the Almost Perfect Save series that might not take as long as this, but progress forward is going to be completely random. I'm thinking in specific about completing Gao's Rage List in Final Fantasy VI. So Riku should actually have all of the abilities in the game now. Oh my god! Look what I did. I did the thing wrong. I'm bad! Alright, Tidus, do your thing. We're gonna eat a bunch of damage in this fight. Yeah, this is why we want Tidus to use up strength spheres as he goes. I wish I wasn't bad, but alas. I want Riku's turn. At a glance, Riku and Tidus look so similar on that turn order chart that sometimes I pass the wrong turn. I've noticed that when you're in 2 or 4 times speed in this game, the game will drop inputs. I guess what happens is in order to speed it up, it'll just like skip frames sometimes. And instead of skipping, like just drawing frames on the screen, it'll actually like skip processing frames. Which means it won't read input from the controller on that frame, which means if I push the buttons too quickly, it'll read my accept button, but not my right button to select the proper slots that I want. So sometimes element reels comes out instead of attack reels. Although we still won the fight without anybody getting killed, so no Phoenix Downs were used. Guys, I'm going to step away for 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Alright, where was I? We were fighting this guy again. Figured this is my first or second guy. I guess it's kind of funny that the Calm Lands are actually the most action-packed location in this game. I think that was just my first guy, but I'm not sure. Yeah, that was my first guy. Whoops, okay. I wanted to see what the actual description of was for Oryx Reels. So there's not a achievement for filling out Riku's mix list. That's unless Learn All Overdrives counts. I got an eyelash in my eye. I thought I had just taken it out of my eye when I stepped away for a minute, but it's back with a vengeance. It's right here. It's not. I should take my eyeball out. Set on the table. Good evening, Chronomojo. That is a relatively late thing click. wonder if I can get rid of some of this stuff up here. I think I'm only keeping like the bare minimum of what I want right now. And it seems like half of our inventory is getting filled up with Regen Shields. See, this is one of the two mainline Final Fantasy games that I don't like that much. Brick Road, why do you have 100 hours played in a game that you claim not to like? It's a Final Fantasy game, and this is a Final Fantasy series, that's why. Although I'm enjoying this part of the game more, like the post-game, more than going through the story. I actually like this game's battle system a lot. I think this is an excellent battle system. But it's, as we'll see when we do some Sphere Grid stuff later, like leveling up your characters is just such a chore in this game. And then the story is bad and the voice acting is bad. And that's a major focus of it. So back in the day when this first came out, there wasn't a lot there for me to really glom onto. It also came out at a point in my life when I was like starting to gravitate away from JRPGs quite a bit and into other genres. Because in those late PS1 and early PS2 days, like a lot of really bad JRPGs came out. And that was like the only genre that I played back in high school. So I was coming off of a few years of playing like just mostly just mediocre, just anime tropey, just bad RPGs. It was branching out to other genres, and Final Fantasy X was like right at that point, and I'm like, I guess I'm just not that into this anymore. Is that my first guy? I think that was my second guy. The setting, I think, is wonderful, but I didn't realize how strong this setting was until Final Fantasy X-2. There's a lot that this game and its sequel do with its setting and theming of that setting that I really, really like. But you kind of have to look at the two games together as a complete package to get that effect. Too much of this game's story is just characters being bad at communicating with one another. When you do an RPG that's like very story heavy, you're gonna want to have like reveals and revelations, plot twists and things to keep the story moving. But in this game, they're almost always structured like Tidus learns some new thing that apparently everybody else already knew and just didn't tell him. And so it's a revelation to the player because it's a revelation to Tidus, but everybody else is like, oh yeah, we knew that the whole time, we just didn't tell you. The game does that a lot early on. That does start to fall off after the halfway point of the story as Tidus finally gets caught up. But yeah, that's lazy writing to me. Holding information back from the reader for no reason other than to reveal it to the reader. But in universe, there's no reason to withhold that information. That happens quite a bit in this game. There is a period in the beginning of any fantasy fiction where you're just kind of establishing the setting and establishing the rules, and it's going to be done with a lot of exposition. It just comes with the territory. All Final Fantasy games do this, but you reach a point in the story where it's time to stop the setup and just get on with the actual story. And Final Fantasy X takes way too long to get there. Like, the rule of thumb I like to talk about is, like, a reader will put up with one impossible thing in the setup of a fictional universe. Like, you're willing to believe that Superman is super strong and has laser vision and can fly and it's no problem. I'll believe that. I can believe Superman can do that, and now that you've established that, you can get on telling your story about Superman. But then in Act 3, if you suddenly reveal that Superman can travel backwards through time, it's too much. Too many impossible things. You've established the impossible thing, you tell the story about the impossible thing, and then you resolve the story by introducing some new impossible thing that you hadn't established before. And in Final Fantasy X, that's when you learn that, oh, people don't have to die in this world. If you die, it's fine, you just get back up, you can walk around, you can move around, do whatever you need to do. As long as, like, Yuna doesn't dance while you're watching, you can just keep living for as long as you want. And you keep finding out that, like, oh, this person is unsent, and that person is unsent, and oh my goodness, Auron is unsent. And it's like, that changes so much about the mechanics of the setting. It stretches credibility that this world would care much about a big, evil, planet-destroying whale that kills thousands of people, if all they really have to do is just move inland and just be like zombie people. The whole story and setting should be totally different if that mechanic is actually in place in this world. We don't have to recapture anything, no. All the capturing is done. We're done with capturing now. Whew. But yeah, for me, that was the bridge too far. When they reveal 20 or 30 hours, not quite 30 hours maybe, but yeah, 20 hours into the story that you don't have to die if you don't want to. It's just a thing in this world. If you get killed, you're like, your body can just keep being you, and it's not a big deal. And they don't really, like, if that was your impossible thing, if that's what you establish in the setup of the story, and then you make the story about that, it would be fine, but they didn't. They made the story about sin and this pilgrimage and the machinations of this religion that is kind of sketchy, and they reveal, like, the metaphysical stuff too late down the line. I guess the explanation they give kind of half-heartedly is like, oh, the unsent are people who, like, have really strong wills or whatever. Like, but that kind of sucks, doesn't it? Because they still cast the unsent as being unnatural, and we have to deal with them, whether we destroy the monsters that they can transform into, or whether, like, we send them off, like eventually happens to Auron. But, like, why though? Like, Auron seems to be doing perfectly fine. The problem with Seymour and Unalesca, and I don't remember the other Guado guy's name who turned out to be unsent, but, like, their problem wasn't that they were unsent. Their problem was that they were just dicks. I'm bad. Like, Auron proves that a person can be unsent and just lead a reasonable life and not be a dick to people. Mist? What is a miss? What? The Matrix is a great example, because the first Matrix movie does this so well. It sets up all the impossible things in the first act, culminating in like Morpheus offering Neo the pills, and then Neo takes the pill. And then there's this long exposition scene where Morpheus is like, this is how it is. These are the rules. And then the whole rest of the story is about that impossible thing. And it doesn't introduce new stuff in that movie. It just tells the story about the stuff that it had just established. You don't want to go into the Matrix sequels and learn, like, oh, a lot of the rules we learned aren't actually true, or whatever other dumb stuff it gets into. Star Wars had big pushback from some fanboys in one of the... It's from this exact same principle, because, okay, Star Wars came out in, I don't know, 1945 or whatever, and they established, like, okay, the Force is magic, and this is what you can do if you have the Force. You can do this thing, and this thing, and this thing, and this thing. And they imply in the movies that there's a lot of other things that can be done with the Force, but in the movies we see like 5 things. And then one of the newest movies came out, one of the sequel movies comes out, where like Leia uses the Force to fly or something through space. And there are YouTube videos like why this is stupid and terrible and why it ruined my childhood. Like, people got really upset. And it wasn't because the movie was redefining the Force or what it was. It was just because it was trying to establish something new into a universe where viewers were like, this is already established. We don't need to see like new Force magic stuff showing up in every single Star Wars story. Whether they're right or wrong, I don't really have much of an opinion on, because I don't care that much about Star Wars, but it's the same principle. Like, you establish the impossible thing, and then you don't want to establish another impossible thing later. I don't think 9 or 10 feel very rushed to me. I think this does feel like a fully formed game. I do enjoy this game more when I stream it, I find, than when I'm just playing it on my own. Final Fantasy IX kind of does the same thing in the story, but it's a little less egregious. When you get towards the end of that game and you find out, like Zidane's nature, like what he is and where he came from, it's a little less egregious because they build to it previously in the story. Like, Zidane clearly has stuff about himself he doesn't know. They establish that very early on. And then later on, they fill in the gaps about like what specifically it is that he doesn't know. But there is one scene very late in Final Fantasy IX story that I think commits this same error with great music. But yeah, there's a scene in Final Fantasy IX. It's the "You're Not Alone" scene, where Zidane has just learned the terrible truth about himself and what he is and who created him and why. And he spends like the next 10 minutes in gameplay. Like, you play through the scene, it's interactive. But like, he mistreats his friends and he like verbally abuses them and he's like all mopey and slouchy. And it's like, it's so out of character and out of nowhere for Zidane that it has never seemed credible to me. Like, Zidane is the kind of guy who would learn some terrible thing about himself and then go, whatever, and move on with life. And that's not what he does in the game for some reason. But it's not literally changing the established rules of the world. I made a haste shield? I'm a dumb butt. Why did they make a haste shield? It's not worth anything. Ooh. Some people feel that way about Final Fantasy IV, though. Like, Final Fantasy IV is this fantasy story that you enjoy, and it's kind of a typical, obviously, like, anime-inspired kind of Tolkien offshoot storyline going on, and then you go to the moon for whatever reason, just out of nowhere. Didn't bother me. I'm perfectly fine going to the moon in a fantasy story. It doesn't bother me at all, but I've met people who had that same reaction. Like, wait a minute, this is like a swords and sorcery fantasy story, and now suddenly I have a spaceship and I'm going to the moon. And it happens at the 11th hour with no build-up. Do you mean that 3-hour-long Velt video that I did a few years ago? Yeah, we're going to sell these Regen Shields. They are worth a lot of money. We could buy these shields for like 2,000 and we turn around and sell them for like 37,000 each. Plus, we can sell the equipment that's dropping off of these monsters, which is usually good for 10 to 20,000. But apparently this is the fastest way to make money in the game, although it is incredibly tedious. Well, what they do in 7 is they establish very early on in 7 that Cloud had this adventure in Nibelheim, and then later they subvert it by revealing that Cloud had a faulty memory. He was an unreliable narrator, but he didn't know it. And there's a little bit of jank there where they also have to establish why Tifa didn't correct the record while he was telling everybody about that Nibelheim adventure, but I think the game does a pretty good job of explaining that. She's like, you were clearly... I think her reasoning was like, you were clearly going through some heavy stuff, and I was afraid that if I revealed what I knew at the time, it would cause you to break somehow. So, you can definitely play with the rules that you've established in a story like this. And I think that's what the Final Fantasy X writers maybe thought they were doing. But it didn't work as well. I gotta fight one more of these guys. But yeah, Final Fantasy VII, all through Midgard, basically, where Cloud has his little freak-out moments. It's clear something is up in his mind. Like, they make that very clear very early. And then after that, he tells this long, detailed story. I gotta fight another one of these guys. That was Dark Matter. So yeah, a savvy player at the Calm flashback would be like, no, wait a minute. We know that there's something wrong with this guy's psyche. Like, there's something messed up in his head. Because he's hearing voices and he gets confused with what's going on. But he has perfect encyclopedic recall of this thing that happened 7 years ago. Really? I wasn't a savvy enough player to catch that at the time. I was like 15. I didn't get it, but it's a good subversion, because later on when they reveal, no, that's not really what happened at Nibelheim. It's not an ass pull. It's not like, it doesn't come out of left field. It's like, oh, you should have seen that coming. Because we established that Cloud's head is broken, and then he told this long, detailed story, and we were supposed to take his word for it. You should have known not to take his word for it. So I think it's pretty effective. The only thing really holding that back was the translation at the time left something to be desired. The localization of that game was not terrific. Hi, can I sell my stuff, please? Where's my Targe? There it is. Alright, so we sell everything up to the Targe. I guess the haste shield is the same price. Just we can't get the materials for it as easily as these. I might get 2 Malboros. That'd be cool. Okay. Bribe a couple of Malboros. But yeah, most of my complaints about this game's story, I think, is made up for in the sequel, where just the setting is so strong, and then the theming of that setting is so strong. If you take the two games together as a combined thing, I think the setting of Spira is excellent. One of their best. Seven wings. I don't think it's worth save scumming to ensure we always get 8 or 9 wings from these guys. I've seen them give 9, but I don't feel like reloading the game a whole bunch. See, I think you have to reveal that Sin is Jekt early in the game. Like, why would Orin withhold that information? Alright, now we do some Sphere Grid. Which means we want to grab some Strength Spheres first. Strength Spheres are Juggernaut. Pretty sure this guy's just eventually going to start charging up. And that's all he's going to get the chance to do. Oh, Tidus, you need some strength, Hoss. Use a weak boy. Probably by this point I could have just done 2 set of attack reels, so well. I already didn't do that. What up, Superfly? Alright, well he dropped Dark Matter. That's fine. I need the Dark Matter. But I also want to grab some Strength Spheres. We still have so much Blitzball to play. It's not even funny. We might have as much Blitzball to play as we have monsters to grind. That's not an exaggeration. Our blitzball goals aren't even like maximum blitzball team. Like, you can go way stupider with the blitzball stuff than we're gonna go. But even just what we're gonna aim to do, to have one like maximum level team with all the skills they can naturally learn, even that's gonna take so long. My man ate 2 attack reels and is still kicking. I mean, you gotta hand it to him. Let's get 2 more strength spheres. Tidus has got 14 levels to spend. He might come across 4 empty spots in that time. Unless he's really impolite and drops more dark matter instead of strength spheres. That's a joke, obviously. We need lots of dark matter. I'm actually going to set an alarm clock tomorrow so I wake up early enough to get Final Fantasy IV installed and play Pixel Remastered tomorrow. So we will not be doing perfect save grinding tomorrow. Because Pixel Remaster, kids. Assuming it doesn't get like pushed back at the last minute. Or something silly. Yeah, this is the Steam version. Alright, strength spheres. Actually, we have a couple weapons we can sell now. We want to get rid of those now because we don't want them clogging up the inventory when we go to buy our next round of shields. Orange just needs to make his way up here. Oh, we need power spheres. I can get a whole bunch of those all at once, though. There are more than 3 versions of Final Fantasy IV, I'm sorry to say. Let's see, you gotta own the SNES original, you gotta own one version of the 3D remake, probably any of those is fine. You gotta own Final Fantasy IV Advance, and now the Pixel Remaster. That's at least 4 you gotta own. PSP version is basically just the advanced version with different graphics, as far as I know, though. We need to fight our good friend one more time. Our favorite guy. But this time... no, you actually need to entrust. And then you are going to use a power distiller. And get punched. Wow. I'm bad. Oh my god. Just the worst. Three hits. Woo. Yeah, I guess you do need to get the PSP version because then you have the after years. And why wouldn't you want to play the after years? Am I right? And there's 40 power spheres. Cool. Alright, so Tidus is going to drop a strength sphere here. And he's going to drop 2 more here. I also have both versions of the After Years, but I've never played the 3D version. I've only ever played the... Well, I played it to completion on the Wii when they released each chapter individually on the Wii back in the day. So I haven't completed it on the PSP version, but I do own the PSP version. I just haven't finished it. You know what? We are just gonna get some more strength spheres. I mean, the After Years is just... It is what it is, I guess. It was meant to be just a grind-heavy cell phone game back in the day. That's basically all it is. Like, the story of it is absolute garbage. It doesn't have any respect for the source material. I guess armor break didn't really help in this situation. I thought it might. I think they closed the Wii Online shop years ago. But the After Years has been released a few times as like an individual package. So you got it on the PSP version. It's also available on Steam in the 3D version at least. But yeah, I full cleared that every chapter on the Wii back in the day. I mean, there are hundreds and hundreds of Final Fantasy games. Will your collection ever be complete? If you really need to be that much of a completionist? Like, how did you enjoy Type 0? Which I also own, and I don't like it. But I bought it. Apparently we have a Final Fantasy Legend, like, re-release trilogy thing coming out soon, like the Game Boy games. Which I like to think they're only doing that so they can then turn around and release the remakes. Because there were DS remakes of those 3 games. And they're going to get to turn on and release those. The remake of Final Fantasy Adventure never came out on anything sensible, as far as I know. I have the original Final Fantasy Adventure on my Nana collection for Switch. But they did a remake of it. I think it was just for cell phones and stuff, though. Like, there was an iOS version, maybe. But it has never been released on something sensible. Auto Haste just wrecks this guy. Auto Haste and Quick Hit. He just never gets a turn. He's got all the hit points in the world. He just never gets a turn. I'm holding out for the Final Fantasy XIII trilogy for PS5, yes. I would adore that. Yes, please. That's why I haven't replayed Final Fantasy XIII in a couple years. I can't see where the connections are here, because the nameplates are in the way. Here, let's do this. You can't move, but... Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to put a strength sphere there or not. Yeah, okay, there's a line there. Cool. Yep, then Kimari can activate that. I love Final Fantasy XIII. I like it a lot. Then we'll move you down there to finish that off, and then back to here, I guess. So we're going to be dropping a lot of strength spheres here in Lulu's path, it looks like. We're doing that with Tidus just because it'll supercharge his strength a little bit. Like, Waka and Riku both have a ton of strength spheres, but a lot of those are +1s and +2s. Oh, did it come out for PSP? I wasn't aware of that. Alright, so you want to finish this line, and then move you over here. That's a strength 4. I wonder if I placed that at some point and forgot. See, I never use my Switch as a portable, so the portability aspect of it means nothing to me. I tend to not play video games if I'm not at home. I've got like little crossword and Sudoku kind of stuff on my phone, which I'll play when I'm out and about. Riku, I actually need to zoom out with you, baby cakes, because I have no idea where to send you. You've got this stuff up here. And just ride the Riku train. Here she goes. Beep, beep. That's the noise the train makes. Beep, beep. Apparently. Looking for gray lines that she hasn't traversed. Here's one. See, back when I used to work in an office, I played video games, but I had my laptop with me and I had like a DS and stuff. I mean, I guess nowadays I would bring my Switch if that was the case, but... Alright, where else? Looking for gray lines that she has not traversed. Here. And then I see one more down there with whatever that white magic spell is. Yeah, there's going to be some unactivated spaces because we've added some spheres in. Like with strength spheres and stuff. Like these HP spheres, I think we must have added. These weren't even here last time she came around. But right now I'm more focused on getting all the lines done on the sphere grid. We're going to reach a point where we're using Tonberries to gain so many levels that moving the sphere grid is essentially just going to be arbitrary. We'll be able to move around as much as we want. But yeah, there's a section here she needs to move. Because most of these spheres we're going to destroy and replace. So I'm not super worried about activating every single node with a character this strong. With Tidus, I'm a little... And you can see that some characters like barely even started leveling. Lulu's been nowhere. That's her entire path. Wakka's getting there. Riku's been everywhere, but there's a little... There are little nuts and bolts around the place. And Tidus is a character that I actually want to get strong quickly, which is why he's the one I'm placing those strength spheres with. We're doing break HP limit, but not break MP limit. We're going to have armor for each character that has break MP limit. I think you've already got yours. Yeah, Tidus already has his. So this piece of armor, break both and stroll for both, we're going to make that with every character, just because if you put break HP and MP on the same piece of armor, you get a unique name for that piece of armor. So it's going to be worth having this piece of armor for all 7 characters. But this is they're like good armor that they're using. It's going to have auto phoenix, auto haste, HP limit, and ribbon, which is going to be the most time-consuming one to get. There's some debate apparently between whether break HP limit or auto protect is better. I went with break HP limit because I can give myself protect in battles if I want to, and it's just cool to have 99,000 HP. Like, that's just cool. You can't do that in most Final Fantasy games. Oh, 100 hours! We have 100 hours played in this game. I have no life and no friends. And I'm sad and I don't want to see this game anymore. Go away. Be gone with you. No more of that. Let's let a couple Warmechs. So the last thing we have to do in this game is get these characters level 50. And that's it. That's all we're doing here. Once we get these dudes to 50, we are done with this version of Final Fantasy 1. We're also going to be doing the PSP version of Final Fantasy 1, and I think I want to just do the Pixel Remaster as well. Why not? So count the fights. This is fight number 1. Fight number 20 will be a Warmech, and fight number 24 will be a Warmech. I love the Pixel Remaster. I've done 3 runs of it already, of Pixel Remaster. And I've done 2 runs of Final Fantasy III. I didn't know you could run from this fight. I'm not gonna, but I didn't know you could run from it. I thought this was an unrunnable fight. You don't have Fire 3. You got Fire 2, though. You have Fire 3. Yeah, we've been joking that basically the Pixel Remasters are just awesome new orchestrations of the OST with the game kind of attached as an afterthought. That's not true, obviously. That's just a joke, but that's how good the soundtracks have been in the remasters. I'm gonna fight you. Why not? Like, I finished my first run of the Pixel Remaster, Final Fantasy 1, and I was immediately going to start my second run with a different party, but then that night, I just booted up Final Fantasy 3 and listened to some of the music in it, and I'm like, no, we gotta do Final Fantasy 3 right now. So I did my first solo run of Final Fantasy 3. We ended up doing most of the back half of the game as a solo Dragoon, who was just brokenly, stupidly powerful. I'm convinced that solo characters in Final Fantasy III are stronger than a full party, just because you level up faster. And a couple of levels in that game, and job levels as well, make a big difference. So when you're the only character getting experience points, and you're the only character taking actions in battle, you level up really quickly. And then you end up overpowered. Except for situations where you can be like petrified and stuff. So, yeah, my solo run of that game was actually very breezy. I cannot wait to hear what they do with the battle song from Final Fantasy VI, because the original version of the song is really good on the Super Nintendo. But, like, the synth that they use is trying to emulate an electric guitar, which is not really something the Super Nintendo sound chip does well. But then I heard how they utilized the electric guitar in Final Fantasy III, and I'm like, I can't wait to hear what they do in 6 with this. Fortunately, the encounter list in this version of the game is hard-coded, so we're not going to have to wander around forever. Fight number 20 is going to be a Warmech, and fight number 24 is going to be a Warmech every single time we come in here. And hopefully Corey survives the Warmech fights today, because Corey is way behind everybody else. The Warmechs just have it out for him in particular. This fight doesn't count. This is a spike square. This does not count against our encounter lists. That was 1,000 damage unbuffed. Why not? There are so many YouTube videos and stuff right now across like the Final Fantasy community talking about FF1, being like, Final Fantasy 1, is it worth playing? Does it hold up? I'm like, you jerks. How dare you even ask that question? No respect for the history of gaming. Does Final Fantasy 1 still hold up? I don't know. Does riding on horseback still hold up even though you can just get on a plane? I haven't even watched any of these videos. They might all be like glowing praise of Final Fantasy 1 and its rightful place in history. I don't know. I just don't think you should even ask the question. Does it still? It's an NES game from 1987. It's old. Understand it. You could ask that about like the first Pokemon game. Does Pokemon Red still hold up? No, the game was boring in when did that come out? 99? And it's boring today. It doesn't hold up. Pokemon's terrible. We all have our blind spots. I'm gonna fight these guys. Why not? I do have a Chrono Trigger series that I'm uploading right now to YouTube. Once a week or so. Usually Saturdays or Sundays. I'm putting up the new episodes. We're kind of working our way through the Fated Hour right now. So if you enjoy Chrono Trigger, that content is there for you to enjoy. Does Chrono Trigger still hold up in 2021? Watch this video to find out. Sponsored by NordVPN. Eventually, I'm going to take the save file from that Chrono Trigger series and we're going to just incorporate it into the Almost Perfect save. Because as far as I'm concerned, Chrono Trigger is a Final Fantasy game. I count it. And people are like, what about Chrono Cross? I'm like, nope. Chrono Cross doesn't count. It's my stream, my rules. I get to decide what counts. I don't think fighting these guys is worth it, but I'm not sure what their head is supposed to be. The sorcerer just ran away. What? What? He gone. I think it's fair to say I'll buy whatever remake of Chrono Trigger they put out, but I seriously doubt they even got plans to do one. God, they put out that I Am Setsuna, which was like, oh, it's kind of similar to Chrono Trigger. It's using the same style of like battle engine, and it uses like the same item names and stuff, so it's kind of a spiritual successor to Chrono Trigger. And I played it, and oh god, that was a tedious and boring game. Whew. I can't believe how widely acclaimed that game's soundtrack was. I thought that soundtrack was so dull. I've only ever had interest in Dragon Quest IV. That's the only Dragon Quest game that ever clicked with me. The rest of them are like, eh, whatever. Out of the corner of my eye, just the way I have my windows overlapped on my screen, I've got my OBS window behind everything, and I can just barely see Selfie dancing back there. So I know she's there, and I know she's still hasted. So Angelo must still be looking for the stuffs. I think all Angelo needs to find are ribbons. We just need 2 ribbons in that game, and then we can move on to the next thing. I'm trying to think of one song from I Am Setsuna that I remembered. Because I played that game to completion, so it had to have been 30 or 40 hours or whatever. I'm trying to bring one of the songs to mind and I can't. That's not a good look. If you play a game for 40 hours and you can't remember any of the music from it. I need to get a copy of Dragon Warrior 3 for the NES to complete my collection. I've got the other 3 Dragon Warrior games I've got cartridges of, but not 3. I don't particularly like Dragon Quest 3, Dragon Warrior 3, whatever, but I don't own a copy of it, and I feel like I probably should. Play Dragon Quest 4, that's my recommendation. That's my favorite one. I think Dragon Quest 4 is like the pinnacle of the 8-bit RPG. I think Dragon Quest 4 is a great game. I love how its story is structured, where you play through like 4 prologue chapters, and then you start like the real game and you meet the characters from the prologue chapters and they all join your party, and then the world opens all the way up and you can go and adventure anywhere you want. I love the structure of it. It's charming, it's got fun music. The NES has better music because it's like NES chiptunes if you like those. The remake is very brassy, very tuba, which I'm not super into, but it's still fine. The DS version also has this kind of tacked on like epilogue chapter with a new final boss and like a town building side quest, which is fine for what it is, but I think you could play the NES version or the remake, the DS remake, and enjoy Dragon Quest IV. That's my recommendation. So my understanding of like the greater lore in the Dragon Quest series is like they're broken up into trilogies. Like Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 form a coherent trilogy as far as like the world is concerned, but even that I wouldn't say you have to play them in any particular order. I don't think it matters that much. But then I've like Dragon Quest 4, 5, and 6 are supposed to form like the next trilogy, unconnected to the other ones. But again, you could probably play the games in just whatever order strikes your fancy, and you'll be fine. Did Angelo just find a ribbon? That'd be cool. We'll know for sure at the end of the stream. But yeah, I've always been less concerned about playing like a particular game series in some proper order than I have about just, I want to play like the best game in the series. If I'm going to get into a new series, I'm going to find the game that I think looks the best or that I'm the most interested in and just play that one and not worry about if there's an order I have to play them in. I actually did that with Fire Emblem earlier this year. I had never played a Fire Emblem game before, ever. Hey, there's our boy. And they released the original Famicom Fire Emblem on the Switch. And I was just curious. I'm like, you know what? I'm only ever going to play one Fire Emblem game, probably. I'm going to play this one. Because this is exactly the kind of game I would have loved to have had as a kid on the NES. I want to see what this style of game looks like in 8 bits. I'm curious to see how it goes. And I enjoyed it, and it's probably the only Fire Emblem game I ever need to play. And I'm perfectly happy to have started and ended there. Alright, so that was fight number 20. Oh, you know what? No, fight number 23 is going to be another Warmech. Because this fight... 23 or 24? I think there are 2 fights apart, not 3. I guess we'll find out in a minute. There was a time where even amongst like Dragon Quest fans, where there was consensus that 4 was kind of the best game in the series. And you could tell because for a lot of years they did like celebration games where like Dragon Quest compilation games or Dragon Quest characters in other game series and stuff like that. And for a lot of years Dragon Quest 4 was like overrepresented. To the point where there's a spin-off series, a mysterious dungeon series for Dragon Quest starring Tornico, who is the merchant character from Dragon Quest IV. Like, Tornico is one of the just standout characters of Dragon Quest. And he's in Dragon Quest IV. I tried playing 6, and I was blown away by how absolutely slow and boring it was. I think I streamed it one night. I had to play it on emulator because obviously I can't get an English copy of Final Fantasy VI for Super Nintendo. It never got released. So I was playing it on emulator, and I devoted a full stream to it. We did 4 or 5 hours, and I don't feel like we even got through the prologue in that time. Which is like, whoa! Not accustomed to that in a 16-bit RPG. I own a copy of Rocket Slime. My wife played it. I didn't play it. Warmech? There he is. Is Corey gonna get both Warmechs today? Oh, he might! He took that hit like a champ. Total bro. Gained 2 levels on this excursion. What a champ. I'll fight a dinosaur. Why not? I wouldn't presume to be able to recommend a specific Final Fantasy game to somebody because the games are so different from each other. Like, the question of which one should a new player start with doesn't even make a lot of sense. I'd really have to know, like, what kind of games that person already likes and what kind of stories that person already likes. And I think I would recommend different ones to different people based on those understandings. Alright, we're done with Final Fantasy I for tonight. We have to do some bestiary work in Final Fantasy IV, actually. I realize it's silly that I'm playing Final Fantasy IV the day before the Pixel Remaster comes out, but it's just what happens to be on my docket, so... There's some truth to that. Final Fantasy 1 was my first. And Final Fantasy 4 was my second. And they definitely have a special place in my heart forever and ever and ever. Okay, so this is my scratch save. And this is my first run save. That's the end of the story playthrough. We're on the second run now. Okay. Just want to be very careful about save slots in this game. We need to do some bestiary work. By which I mean we're in a couple dungeons here. We're going to go to a place that we can't revisit. It's one of the few places in this game you can't go back to once you've left it. I want to make sure that the bestiary of it is done. Cover counter safe travel. I think that's what we want for him right now. Before we do anything here, I guess we'll grab the treasures. I didn't think there were treasures down there, but I know there are some up here. Ether or dry ether. And then this woman. Okay. I think we'll hit up the inn real quick. Chrono Trigger is the best Final Fantasy. Sure. That's an okay statement. Don't want to deal with the dead lady. But I need our Gissel greens. Maybe there's some hidden in here. No? Okay. Can I buy them in the item store here, I wonder? I thought you could buy them in every item store, but apparently not. Where do I get them then? Do I need them? Let's start there. Do I actually need them? Can I just trigger Big Chocobo without greens in this version? Where's the... I know... Here we go. Right here. Try this. Maybe I don't need them. No, I do need them. There's got to be an easy source of greens. in some shop somewhere. Let's go to the Mithra mines. Oh, we need to buy some equipment here anyway. Yeah, Sid got that badonk. Okay, so no item shop here. But there are some just random treasures laying about. If you know where to look, and I suppose I don't, it has become apparent. There's like a dagger and a staff. Yeah. Yeah. And some random gills on the ground. There's a dagger too, though, I do believe. Can I get up between these houses somewhere? No. Oh, there's the knife. Okay, you got it. We could buy this stuff here, but not greens. Alright, guys, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, I'm gonna have to look up where to get greens, I guess. Are they a rare item? We need Gissel greens so we can check our bestiary. Says they're sold in Fabul Castle, Troia, and Dwarven Castle for 50 gil each, but we just checked in Troia. That must only be in the 2D versions of the game. Although I guess I will fly down and check Fabul Castle. Why not? I've played every version of Final Fantasy II that's come out so far, except for the Pixel Remaster. And I don't find any of them to be a significant improvement over the Famicom version. I really don't. I don't think the Famicom version is that much worse than the other versions, if it's worse at all. Unless you just don't like NES graphics and stuff, you know, like if you just find yourself having difficulty enjoying that style of game. Where are the shops here? I blew my nose in the bathroom a minute ago, and now it itches. You shall get your greens. Oh, you do! I'm gonna buy 30 of them. No, I'm gonna buy 20. Because yeah, it's a common opinion I see amongst people who enjoy Final Fantasy II. Like, well, it just... Yeah, the original version was awful, but if you play the newer versions, like the remakes and stuff, are fine. No, it's not even remotely true in my experience. Unless you just don't like NES graphics and presentation and stuff. Then I can see that argument working. I has every green now! Hey, buddy. Alright, so first question. Does my Bestiary from the first playthrough carry over? It does. I don't get any, like, hit point data on these. It says this level vertical bar, what? What is that level stat here? Level vertical bar it's not even 11 or anything. Is it just a symbol they use for boss fights, maybe? Oh, okay. This is missable. So there's a version of this creature in the Barnabas fight where the doctor is controlling him directly, and we need to make sure to get that. We got the Calcas and Brinas, those are done. Level question mark. Level question mark. Okay, now we're in the numbers. So yeah, the vertical bars are just telling us these are boss monsters. Oh, we haven't slain this creature. We've attacked it, but we haven't slain it. That's why they're question marks. So it looks like this monster is... It's gotta be in the underworld. Sealed cave, maybe? Yes, now we're on the moon. So missing one there. I don't think it's a moon monster. These should be only 4 moon monsters. Or no, 5. Because there's the 2... These 2 guys. Then there's the eyeballs. Then there's the bomb. Then there's the slime. Braddock Thrawn. And then we're into the giants. Which is not a revisitable area, but it looks like we got everything out of the giant. Okay, so that's cool. Looks like we got everything from the Feymarch. Aha. These are from the Tower of Babel. So there's one in the Tower of Babel we haven't gotten. Which is another unrevisitable area. We've got to make sure we do get it. What is this? This is also Tower of Babel. That's also... 88 we're missing. That is... That might also be Tower of Babel, actually. Or Eblin Caves, perhaps. Oh, we're missing all kinds of stuff. These look like from the Underworld... Yeah, the Underworld, the main Underworld map. We've got a couple of things there. This might be from Tower of Zod. Well, no, because this is Overworld right after Tower of Zod. So Tower of Zod might be done. Soldieress, Marionette, Marionetteer, Fell Turtle, Ice Lizard, Frostbeast, Black Knight, Gremlin, Purple, Baravos, and I think... Does it go all the way back to Centaur Knight? Yeah, this is all Tower of Zod. This is Overworld somewhere around Troia, where we are now. And the rest of this stuff, I believe I can just go back and get whenever. Alright. I need to find... There are 200 monsters in total in the 3D versions. There are. Nice. I'm going to make a list of the monsters I have yet to find. So number 7 is the sandworm. And that should just be in the Overworld by Kaipo. Then we're good till number 23. Which is a basilisk. Which looks like it might be in the antlions nests. And then we're good all the way to 45. Which is a floodworm, which is down in the barren catacombs. Missing all the worms today. 48. A Mort Blossom. I think that's in the overworld around this area that we're at now. 69 and 70. A Rook and a fledgling Rook. Okay, I know where those are. Those are down on the overworld map by Evelyn. Those are birds. 76 and 77. Caterpillar and Gloomwing. And then 79 is a Gorgon. So I think all of those are in the underworld. And in places you normally don't walk in the underworld map. 82 is a potential missable. Let's see what it is. Alaroon. Actually, no, that's one of the spider monsters. One of the rare, like, 3-tile gaps in the underworlds. 88s. I think when 5 Pixel Remastered comes out, I'm going to do another Fiesta run. Evil Doll. That's missable. They're in the Tower of Babel. So let's be careful with that. 92. Is this going to be like a rare thing that pops out of a mystery egg? It's a Medusa. I didn't know those were... Usually encounter those in just a regular run. We must not have seen any. Then we're good to 106. I think we're back in the underworld at this point. Green Dragon. We can encounter them in the area outside the sealed cave. Or they can come out of a mystery egg. So not missable, but we just haven't gotten one yet. We have done yellow dragons because they drop yellow tails, which we turned in already. For the onion sword, I do believe. Alright, 126. Is an abyss worm. That's a third worm we haven't fought. Oh, it is on the lunar surface. Okay. We just didn't see one. Then we're good all through boss fights. 177 is Barnabas G, or Barnabas Z rather. So when we get to that fight, we have to destroy Barnabas and leave the Doctor alone. And then 99 and 200 are Girion and Protobabble, which are the super bosses. Okay. Alright. Sandworm. Let's get the ones we can get now. Yeah, it's just a round Kaipo. There is a Chocobo Forest here we have not entered ever. I don't know why there's a Chocobo Forest here. It's a completely pointless spot to have a Chocobo Forest, but going into all the Chocobo Forests is one of the requirements in the Pixel Remaster. Oh, they don't even show up on this world map. Never mind. Alright, area around Kaipo. Can you please? So we're gonna want to draw attacks. No, I'll just leave cover, it's fine. We reach. So we still want him to cover other people. God, Sid needs better equipment. Alright, looking for a sandworm here. Is that bodacious donk swaying back and forth? Look at that. Did I take off safe travel? I did. Okay. Can I have sandworm? Oh, I shouldn't run because there's... Yeah, you don't want to run in these fights because you can drop gold. Let's not do that. Also, these imps might drop a spell we need. I think Edge has our Treasure Hunter augment. So grinding for rare drops is not particularly smart without Edge in the party, but if we're fighting around here anyway, we might as well kill the imps and hopefully get lucky. I played hundreds of hours of Final Fantasy XI, but I only played the Final Fantasy XIV beta when it was out years and years ago. And I understand they totally remade the entire game, but I can't play MMORPGs anymore. That's not a sandworm, is it? No, that's a Hundlegs. All of the nutrients that I would get out of an MMORPG, I can get out of, like, Diablo. I go back to Diablo 3 once every couple of years and just enjoy grinding for a little while, make the big numbers go up. It's like all the fun of MMORPG progression without any of the actual just boring nonsense or reliance on other people to play the game well with you. I've loved the MMORPGs I've played. It's just my lifestyle now is not conducive to having a game that I need to dedicate some number of hours to every week out of obligation. Except, I guess, unless you count buying Regen Shields in Final Fantasy X, I suppose. Playing games with people is fine. Where I always get frustrated with MMOs is I like to play games at my own pace and like discover stuff for myself and kind of figure out how the game works on my own terms, and you cannot do that in an MMORPG. Somebody's always going to be like, oh, here, let me show you how to kill this boss. Or, hey, I did this quest already. I'll just run you through it real quick. And it's like, I don't get to enjoy, it's always play as efficiently as possible, and if you don't know how to play efficiently, you have to just listen to somebody else tell you what to do. So you can learn. And they're not doing anything wrong, they're being helpful, because they're right. If you're not playing efficiently... Did this game just really crash on me already? It surely did. Like, yeah, you don't want to be the guy in the group in an MMORPG who, like, doesn't know the boss fight, or picked the wrong skills and isn't going to be helpful. You're just dragging the rest of the party down. Like, it's not fair to other players that you don't know what to do and refuse to learn. But the process of learning isn't organic. The process of learning is the other guy already knows what to do and he's going to show you. And so just listen to him. Last time I played Diablo 3, that's why I stopped playing it. So we were doing, like, Nephilim Rift runs and stuff every night. We were having a good old time with it. And it was, like, the third or fourth character I had built up. But it got to a point where, like, if we want to crank the difficulty any higher, like, hey, Rickro, this is the set, this is the armor set you should go for. And I'm like, oh, at this point, I'm no longer interested in playing this. I have reached the pinnacle of what I like to do with this game. But I did play Final Fantasy XI for hundreds of hours, and I played City of Heroes after that, and then World of Warcraft after that. And I've dabbled in a few other ones over the years. What I find weird about 14, because I've got lots of people, I know lots of people who play 14, like constantly, all the time. So even though I don't play it, I feel like I kind of get frequent updates on it, just because people are around me are always talking about it. And what's weird about 14 is, like, the content that gets added, the expansion packs and stuff, and the storylines, always just seems to be references to other Final Fantasy games. Like, oh, they added Kefka, you can fight Kefka now. Like, that's cool, I guess. Kefka's neat, why not? But aren't you supposed to, like, write new stories and, like, new content for MMORPGs? And if you look at, like, on the Final Fantasy wiki, you can look up anything that's ever been in a Final Fantasy game, and it will list, like, every game that it's been in. This is the boy I'm looking for. And it seems like everything's been in... The Final Fantasy XIV has a version of absolutely everything that's ever been done in the series. We want to save here. Okay, that is my sandworm. Next up is the basilisk. Pretty sure that's in the antling's nests. Yeah, in the antling's den. where we're going next. Final Fantasy XI is a hilarious game because it's an older design of MMO, like back in the pre-World of Warcraft days, when World of Warcraft came out and like showed everybody like what the genre was supposed to kind of be like. Everything in Final Fantasy XI, the whole design of it is built to take as much time as possible to make sure that every single thing you do is stretched out just enough that like just to make sure that you're putting in that monthly paycheck. Like you can't do anything quickly or efficiently in that game, really. There was a hilarious quest string I had to do. I had to play the game for a few hours a couple years ago to get some assets for a project I was working on. And I wasn't doing much of the game's content. I had to level like one job to 75. That's it. That's all I really had to do. And I had people who were in the game that could help power level me and stuff. But I was also doing a lot of stuff on my own. And one of the quest lines I had to do... Why did I need to do this quest line? I think it was to increase my level from... like my level cap from 50 to 75, maybe? I'm trying to think. But anyway... So the quest line goes like this. Like, step one is you go to this town, right? And this guy wants you to take pictures of monsters in the nearby cave. And he sells you, like, this magic camera and, like, this special, like, photography paper that goes along with it. It's like, go in here and take pictures of this and this and this monster. And... so you go in there, and the way it works is I was playing a white mage, so I could make myself invisible. And I didn't have to fight any of the monsters. I could just go in and find one and target it from across the room and use my little camera item, and it got a picture of the monster. So that part was easy enough. And then you go back to the guy, and he's like, hey man, thanks for the pictures. Here's the key to the next quest. So now you're on to the next quest. The next quest is to take the key or whatever and go to some other zone and fight a couple of monsters. Not monsters, a couple of characters. Where the idea is you use the thing and then like these characters jump on you and you have to fight them off. Now, I knew I wasn't going to win that fight because I'm like level 50 or something, and I was going to have one of my level 99 friends come on and help me with it. But just out of curiosity, I'm like, I just want to go trigger this fight. Maybe it's not hard. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe we'll win the fight. Maybe it'll be fine. So I trigger the fight, and I die instantly, which is exactly what I was expecting. It's fine. Lose the fight. And so in most games, and even most MMORPGs, if you fail a quest like that, you can just start the quest over from the first point. In Final Fantasy XI, the game took away the key that I had gotten. So I couldn't go do that same quest again. Instead, I had to go do the previous quest, taking pictures of monsters again. But when I went back and talked to the guy in the town with the camera, who you get the key from, he's like, oh, I can only sell you the magic photography paper once every, 24 or 48 hours or something. I literally had to wait an entire day of real time to be allowed to go back and do the previous quest, because for no reason at all, this game just when you fail a quest, sometimes you go back 2 steps in the quest line instead of 1. The only way to design it like that is because to make it take longer. That's the only, I won't say the only, that's the main driving focus of everything in that game's design philosophy, is make everything take as long as possible. Because if we can keep this person playing 1 more month, they owe us another $12 or $13 or whatever it is. Even 15 years ago, you playing World of Warcraft, like if you fail a quest in World of Warcraft, you just retry the quest. That's all. You lose some state, you probably have to spend some resources repairing your armor or getting your like spell stones back or whatever, but You lose a little bit of state, but you just go back and retry the quest. But man, Final Fantasy XI is from a different era. They take 2 steps of progress from you. Eventually my level 99 friends did come on and we got the boss fight and it was fine. But there was another... there's a bottleneck quest in Final Fantasy XI. This is the most egregious thing I came across in the game. And remember, I only played maybe 1% of the game content. I only leveled 1 job to level 75. That was my only goal. So okay. You have to do quests in order to raise your level cap. You can't just level to 75 right away. You have to actually complete a quest, and then the quest is like, okay, now you can go from level 40 to 50 or whatever. So I've reached whatever my cap was, and the next thing I had to do was go to the top of this tower, which takes about, it took me about 45 minutes to navigate my way there, avoiding the monsters. I was a white mage. White mages can make themselves invisible and completely intangible to monsters. So it wasn't dangerous, but just walking through the tower up to the point where I had to go took about 45 minutes. And there's no really good fast travel options in Final Fantasy XI. Like from that point, I could warp back to town, but then if I wanted to go back to the tower, it would have been another 45-minute walk. So all I have to do is kill a monster at the top of the tower that respawns every, I don't know, 10 or 20 minutes or whatever it was. And that monster like 100% drop rate drops the quest item needed. So all you gotta do is go up there and kill the guy, and you get the item, and then you can go turn it in, and then you can level up to 50 or whatever the cap was at the time. I don't remember. However, this particular monster also drops an item that is only useful for end game, like level 99 plus. I think it was some kind of crafting material. So I went up there and there's 2 or 3 other people level 99 just sitting there, and as soon as the monster spawned, they would instantly kill it, and I wouldn't get a chance to fight it. And I tried talking to these people. I'm like, I just need to do my quest. I'm only level bullshit, and I just need to, I'm just trying to progress in the game. I just need to kill one, and then I'm gone. They completely ignored me. I never got a response from any of them. Final Fantasy XI has split between a player base in North America and in Japan. And the way they bridge the language gap is there is this, like, in-game, like, language screen you can use where you type in, like, some basic concept, like, name of the monster, level 50, drop, I need it. You can say that, and then it'll translate that into Japanese, so a Japanese player could read it. And that's what I did. I didn't know if these people were North American or Japanese. I had no way of telling. But I asked and completely ghosted. And I sat there for hours just with my hand hovering above the button. All I had to do was push this button to target the monster when it showed up. But I couldn't. Never fast enough. And people are like, oh, those are bots. You know, people just program bots to go up there and just sit and kill the monster over and over and over. Because that crafting material that drops off of that creature... This game crashes so often. So my options were like, I can't do any other progress on my own. I can't do anything until I kill this monster. There's no progression whatsoever for me. Unless I want to just arbitrarily level some other job for no reason. And I didn't want to. I had a particular set of quests I was trying to get through in 1 month, so I didn't have to pay the subscription again. But so I'm like, I don't really have an option here. Just eventually we just had to, again, my level 99 friends came on one night, and I sat there in the tower and waited for them to walk all the way up. And yeah, we just had to sit there and push the button, and eventually my friend one-shot the boss before one of the other guys could do it, one of the bots. This wasn't like something I was going out of my way to do. This wasn't something that like I was trying to do some weird challenge run. Like, this was mainline progression. It was required, and it was literally the only quest worth doing in the entire game for me at that point. No other quest or errand or anything would have been worthwhile except killing that one monster that is camped around the clock by level 99 bots because the item it drops is so valuable. That is stunningly bad design. The decisions that go into that, there's no reason to do that when you're building a game unless people have to pay you to play it and you want to make sure that the things they do in the game take as long as possible. I also have never... I mean, I don't play a lot of multiplayer games, so this is not that bad of a condemnation, but the multiplayer games that I have played over the years, I have not met a less helpful community of players than Final Fantasy XI. We're looking for a basilisk. That's all we need. I'm just waiting for a basilisk to show up. I keep finding turtles instead. I needed a specific screenshot of like a party cheering in Final Fantasy XI. And my first thought was like, you know what? I remember back in my World of Warcraft days, people love taking screenshots of like a group of people would just line up outside of a dungeon and like you take a screenshot and everybody would pose. I've done this hundreds of times. I'm certain if I go to one of the Final Fantasy XI communities and be like, hey, can somebody like take 5 seconds? I just need a screenshot of your guild like cheering. Like, that's all I want. I was certain people would be like, oh, here's one from 5 months ago that we took after we did this awesome raid or whatever. So I went on the subreddit, the Final Fantasy XI subreddit, and asked that to see if I could get somebody who could help me out with that. And nobody wanted to help, and one person in particular was like, you should just do this with trusts. Trusts are NPC characters that you can like build a party out of NPC characters, so you can go do solo content in the game that was designed to be done with a team. Here's a basilisk, nice. But you can't position trusts. You can't like fine-tune their position or coordinate their animations, really. So for my purpose, that wasn't a really good answer. But eventually, like, the guy on the Reddit was like, nobody's gonna help you with this. Like, you could try asking on Twitter using this hashtag, because a lot of Final Fantasy XI players follow it. So, okay, so I go on Twitter, and I ask the same thing using the hashtag. I explain what I need. Like, can anybody help me with this? And the same dude on Twitter sent me publicly replied, like, oh, you've already asked this on Reddit, and people already won't help you. Like, yeah, I know, and then you told me to come ask here, so I am. I don't know what that person's problem was, but I want them dead. I want them to die. And I have tracked them down and murdered them. I'm confessing tonight on stream. I don't know, we were just talking about MMOs, and that's my most recent MMO experience was Final Fantasy XI. But yeah, it kind of blew my mind that I went into the MMO community and was like, I just need a cool screenshot of like somebody's guild posing and cheering, and nobody wanted to help. It blows my mind. World of Warcraft, we used to take screenshots, like, we'd finish a dungeon and, like, beat the boss and be like, hey, everybody, like, line up and do a silly dance or something and we'll take a screenshot. We did it all the time. Is that not something people do in MMOs anymore? Are MMO players just joyless nowadays? I don't know. But yeah, the balls to be like, I'm not going to help you with this. You can go ask in some other place. And then when they go to ask the other place and you follow them there, just to say, again, I'm not going to help you with this. Thanks! You already told me you're not gonna help me. Why would you follow me and tell me again in a different place? I need to go to... Baron Castle next. I consider doing that on a couple of different MMO forums, just like going to random ones like World of Warcraft and Warcraft Classic and Final Fantasy XIV and asking that same question in the same way and seeing what kind of response I got. The reason I didn't is because I would have to be deceptive about it. Like, I don't actually have a project that requires that artwork from other games, only Final Fantasy XI at the time. And I wouldn't feel right going on to like the Final Fantasy XIV subreddit and misrepresenting myself in that way, like, hey, I've got this thing I want to do, can you guys help me? I don't have anything I want to do with it for them. But alright, gonna go look for a floodworm here, Hoss. But something tells me if I go onto the WoW Classic or the FF14 subreddit and pose that question, like, hey, I just need a cool picture of somebody's guild like cheering after a boss fight. I feel like I would get positive response. I feel like people be like, I honestly thought I would have my pick of several people's guilds doing recent raids or something, and then because yeah, I don't know. I was very surprised that I got such a negative response from that. We are looking for a floodworm. What up? Oh, these guys we're gonna have to fight like big boys. We might need to go and buy Sid a better weapon if we're gonna be fighting down here. I want to be able to one-shot these guys. Yeah, that's the only thing I can figure, Eurexia, is like nobody new is playing Final Fantasy XI. The only people still playing it are people who have been playing it for 20 years. And like even when that game was new, that community was very insular and very prickly. And very unhelpful. Like, the nature of the game drives people to be unhelpful because it takes so long to do anything that if you're going to do anything in the game, you really have to make sure that there's something in it for you. Like, you can help somebody level up or get a monster drop from an area or something, but you won't do it unless there's something in that same area that you need. Whereas in World of Warcraft, you can give somebody an hour of your time and make actual good progress for their character, and it's not that big of an expenditure for you because it's only 1 hour. So whether it's a guildmate or whether it's just somebody you met on the road or in the dungeon or whatever, or like I used to remember that all the time in World of Warcraft. You go in to fight like the Kobold boss for his drop, and it drops, and you're walking out and you see 2 other people coming in. And they're like, oh, we've had trouble with this, and you help them, and it takes 10 minutes, and the thing drops, and then you're on your way. In Final Fantasy XI, that would be a whole ordeal. Because the drop only happens 1% of the time, or because the monster only spawns once every 40 minutes, and it's being camped to hell, or whatever the reason is. I'm gonna buy Sid some stuff, guys. I think I'm gonna buy him a mithril armor. I'm just gonna buy gloves. And a helmet. He can wear whatever crap armor he's got. Yeah, a lot of smart MMOs, like City of Heroes, had a Paragon system where you could take a character that was like super low level compared to you, and run quests with them, but still get rewards that made sense for you, you know? I forget the exact math of the situation, but it was something like, I'm level 50 and you're level 20, and I want to go do level 50 quests, but I can invite you to my team, and then it would, like, give you, like, phantom experience levels, so you're, like, almost as strong as I am, at the cost of me only getting, like, 90% of the experience that I would otherwise get or something. But it was viable. I could spend an hour of my time going out of my way to help a low-level player and still get something valuable for myself. There's no aspect like that in Final Fantasy XI whatsoever. Nothing. Nobody does anything out of the goodness of their heart because everything takes so long in that game. And every hour you spend not pursuing your own personal goal is an hour that you're basically wasting. So the culture of the game is not for players to help each other. It's for players to be very insular. You help the 4 or 5 people that you're leveling with, or these people from your raid link shell, or these people from the forum that you're at, and everybody else can just piss off. It's a very screw you got mine kind of game. Sid got that badonk. He does. That righteous badonk. You gotta put Sid in the party as often as possible, because once he's gone forever in this game. You don't get him again. Alright. Now we try to find floodworms. I don't know where they are in this dungeon, so we're just gonna run back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. A lot. I've never played EVE Online, but I love reading, like, horror stories from it. Oh, it's so good. EVE Online horror stories are amongst the best things you can do, like read on the internet. Oh, nom 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 nom. They're so good. Like I said, I don't play a lot of multiplayer games. Like, I'm sure... Like, I've never played a Call of Duty game online. I'm sure if I spent a month playing Call of Duty, whatever the newest Call of Duty is online, I would have a much more negative opinion of that community than I currently do about Final Fantasy XI, for sure. Because it's one thing to just be, like, aloof and unhelpful, and it's another thing to be openly hostile and toxic, which is what the Call of Duty community kind of strikes me as. So we are looking for a floodworm here. Okay, Sid's one-shotting these guys, nice. Too bad we're in the water right now. We can't really see the junk. Or the trunk. I should be covering on Cecil's turn, actually. Try to get that cover up. Because we're only going to get one round in each of these battles. I don't know if I can set cover to auto battle, can I? No, I can't. And cover is what I really want right now. Fluid worm. Cecil loves Sid the best, I've decided. I mean, don't get me wrong, I had come across my share of unpleasant specimens in my World of Warcraft days as well. Like, I'm not... I'm not disillusioned to the fact that every MMO has jerks. I used to do terrible things in World of Warcraft. I used to love trolling people in World of Warcraft. Oh good, the game crashed. Cool. I think the game auto-saves after every battle, though, so we just lose 2 minutes of state. Someone's got to cover that trunk. Might as well be Cecil. Here's what I used to do in World of Warcraft. All right, let me describe this. I played a Warlock in World of Warcraft. And Warlocks, they have a spell called Fear, where they hit you with this like flying skull thing, and then it puts a fear effect on you. It's a debuff, and what it does is it makes you just run away in a random direction. And this can be really bad if it happens to a party member or to a character, because you might go running off into a group of mobs or something. But I used to do it to monsters. And in like a single player, in like a solo experience, the point of the fear effect is I fight the monster, and then when I need to take a few seconds to build resources, like wait for my mana to come back or whatever, I could cast Fear. The monster would run off for, I think 30 seconds or whatever. And in that 30 seconds, I would get some resources back. And then in PvP, you could go in and cast Fear on other players to, as a control maneuver. Eventually, the Warlock gets an ability where it's like an AoE Fear effect. Like every creature standing in a radius around me gets the Fear effect. So in PvP, what you could do is, if a bunch of people were like guarding a position or something, I could run in there, put the Fear effect down, and they'd all go running off. And then my guys could come in and take the flag or whatever. So, in World of Warcraft, at the time, I don't know if this is still true, I haven't kept up with WoW, but at the time, there were PvE servers and PvP servers. On a PvP server, player versus player, you could openly fight any player from the other faction wherever you found them out in the world. On a PvE server, like the one that I played on, you could only do that if the other player had turned on their PvP flag. So the PvP flag was not a very well understood mechanic on PvE servers, because players on PvE servers don't want to PvP. That's why they're on that server. So they don't run around with their flags on. When you see people running around from the other faction, like if you're playing an elf and you see an orc running around, you basically just ignore each other, right? So the flag was just this little icon by your name that would show up if somebody targeted you, to let them know that, hey, your flag is on. But it wasn't a very well understood mechanic. Players on that server, especially low-level players, it's not something they saw very often, but it was like a skull with swords behind it. It was kind of ominous looking. So here's what I was able to do. Is there was a port town, like a goblin port, right? Where it didn't matter which faction you were in, Alliance or Horde, you'd have to go to this port town and catch a boat. The boat would come around every, 5 or 10 minutes or whatever, and you'd get on it and it would take you across the ocean to the corresponding port of your faction. And there was a dock that went from the town out to where the boat appeared, and they would frequently be filled up with people of both factions, just chilling, just hanging out, waiting on the boat, shooting little b-ball outside of the school. Now, I could go on that dock, but I couldn't actually target any of the other people from the other faction, because nobody had their flag on. They weren't legal targets for my spells or anything. But what I figured out, by the time I was like level 60 or something, 60 was the level cap in those days, and it was like a level 20 some odd zone. So I figured out I could go there and stand on the dock with my level 60 armor looking like a badass warlock and turn on my PvP flag, and all of the other characters standing there, all the other players would freak out. Like they thought they were about to get ganked. So what they would do in response is they would turn on their PvP flags thinking they were going to have to defend themselves. But once they did that, they were legal targets, so now I could cast my fear spell, and they'd all go running off the dock into the water, and then they'd miss the boat when it came around. And I did that every time I crossed the ocean for months, and I always caught players with their pants down. It was so funny. The other thing I used to do with the fear effects was, like, I couldn't cast a fear spell on another player, but I could cast a fear spell on whatever monster I wanted, even if another player was fighting it. So if you were solo level grinding in that game, you'd go out to some zone, and you'd fight the monsters, and get experience for yourself, but you pretty much only fight one monster at a time, and monsters would respawn at set rates, so you kind of like have a loop you do around the zone, right? Fighting one monster at a time, and gaining experience from it. But you didn't want to fight two monsters because they're pretty strong, and most characters can't kill two monsters at once. Warlock was no exception. Like, I couldn't kill two monsters at once either. But what I could do is go into a zone if I was leveling it. If the person from the other faction, I could do this with any other player actually, but I only did it with players of the other faction because screw the horde, right? So they'd be fighting a monster, and I would cast fear on their monster. If you're not a warlock, again, you don't have a good understanding of the fear effects and how it works. So from their perspective, like, they might have just thought I was trying to steal their kill or something, but then their monster would go running off. And sometimes they would go chasing after it, and if they did that, they'd like run into the aggro zones of other monsters who would aggro on them and kill them and leave them alone. And then I could go kill all the monsters one at a time and not have competition for the monster spawns in the area for the next 15 minutes or so. Or what they would do is, like, if their monster would run off, they'd be like, oh, I don't know what happened to that monster. There's this, like, warlock hanging on the area, but, like, the PvP flag is off, so they're not doing it, as far as I can tell. But if they would go and, like, try to pick a second fight with another monster, after 30 seconds, the fear effect on the first monster would wear off, and it would come running back, not to me, but to them, because they were the one that had the monster's aggro. And so now suddenly they're fighting two monsters, and then, again, they would usually just die. I did that all the time. I feel no remorse. It was so funny to me. I don't know if that was a badass in WoW, but I definitely found ways to troll the horde. Here's the other thing I did. This is evil. This is just evil. But there's an auction house, right? The idea is you go there, you sell loot that you don't need to other players who might be looking for it. And that's like the primary way of making gold in World of Warcraft. And pretty much every other MMO I've ever played, honestly. So, okay. You go to the auction house, and at any particular time in the game, there would be like some high-ticket items that people would just need to buy tons and tons of. Like, anybody leveling up their crafting needs hundreds of this particular type of leather. So, okay. There were always stacks and stacks of leather available on the auction house. But I reached a point where if I wanted to, I could go on and buy all of it. I could buy all of the leather. So I go on, there'd be 12 or 13 stacks of, I forget what stuff stacked to in that game, but however much it did, I'd buy all of it for, maybe it was going for 77 silver pieces or whatever. I'd buy all of it, and now I'd have all of it. I'd list it all again on the auction house. Because if you need 100 pieces of this, you're just going on the auction, and you're just clicking all the auctions and buying them all. Because you need them. You're going to level your crafting with them. What I would do is I would list like 5 or 6 of them for whatever the going price was in silver. And then the last one I would list for the going price in gold. In that game, I think it's 100 silver pieces equals 1 gold. So somebody would just absent-mindedly click all this leather, 77 silver, 77 silver, just not paying attention, 77, 77, 77, 77, 77. And then they just pay me 77 gold out of nowhere. Oh man, I used to get messages in like the in-game mail system, which was how they handled like private messages and stuff. People reported me to like the game mods. Nothing ever happened because I was never doing anything wrong. Like I wasn't breaking any rules. It's just they would end up spending 77 gold. I don't know if you can still pull that kind of trick off, that kind of shenanigans. I should say though that like I didn't invent that trick. Like it's something that happened to me first, where I went on and I'm like, I've got 200 gold and I should just buy up all the stuff to level my potions or whatever. Just buy a bunch of flowers and whatever it is. Oh, where'd all my gold go? Oh, I see what happened. There was a system in place to try to prevent that kind of thing. Like, if you want to list something on the auction, you have to pay a fee. And the fee that you were listing, or the fee that you had to pay, was proportional to what you were asking for. So listing an item like that for 77 gold cost probably 2 or 3 gold. Like, I had to pay to do that. And then if nobody bought it, I was out a lot of money. But people always bought it. If you knew the crafting lists, if you knew, like, oh, people going into this dungeon at this level are going to need a bunch of this particular kind of material. Hundreds of this material is going to be sold every day, and people who buy it are going to want to buy hundreds of it. And it always worked. I was playing Final Fantasy XI around the time that WoW Classic was being released, and I told myself, like, man, after I'm done with 11, I'm gonna, like, as a palate cleanser, go back and do, like, a month or 2 of WoW Classic and just chill out. But I ended up not doing it. I talked myself out of it, which is probably for the best. I think it's a different encounter set up here than down below. How rare is this encounter? Maybe I should come back with sirens. I don't have any, do I? Oh, that's a good point. Maybe I don't want to be doing this right now. Can I get an encounter list for this place? No, just list the encounters and tell me which one is rare or not. The same encounters in every room? Or is the wiki just incomplete on this data? Ah, here we go. This has... So B1. I'm not even on the right floor. If this is correct. Let's go back to B1. Also, my YouTube chat is not loading back up. There it is. Okay. I'm on just Ancient Waterway. This isn't B1 though. Problem is, some of these zones have missable monsters before we get access to sirens. This zone doesn't, but some of them will. Finally, you Troia off. You know, I could put safe travel on before, and not have to fight a couple more monsters before getting there. 88 times we covered. I mean, it just comes down to I just didn't have time to play an MMO. Like, I just... It's just such a major time investment. This must be B1, right? It must be. Because above this is just the entrance. This is according to a Steam guide. Yeah, that's what I had told myself back in the day. Like, you know what? I'll wait until they release Burning Crusade, because that's the expansion that I played the most of. Oh, good. We crashed. Cool. This game crashes so much. They should put out another version of this game, but like with the old pixel graphics, but like redrawn, you know? And maybe also like update the music. So if this is accurate, this is the floor we fight those floodworms on. we're under-leveled anyway, because we use safe travel through all the dungeons, so grabbing these few levels might be helpful in the long term. Point of fact. Or maybe I should just come back with sirens. But I want to get the Bestiary done on this playthrough. Aren't sirens a pain in the butt to get, though? Like, we might end up having to do this anyway. Yeah, we'll come back later with sirens, if this monster is really that rare. We want to make sure we get everything out of the Tower of Zot. How is Sid gonna fit all that junk in one bed? I look forward to hearing this sound in the Pixel Remaster. Probably tomorrow. There's no reason we can't get this far in the game tomorrow. Edgardo! They don't even give him a blanket. They just lay him down on this. It's barely even a bed. It's like a pallet on the floor. Edgardo's harp. I wish there was more to do with a black chocobo in this game. Like an end game side quest or something where you had to take a black chocobo somewhere else. Is that the assumption I'm going to make then? Is that the monsters remaining to me are all the rare ones? I wonder if that's a safe assumption. Oh, there's a big chocobo bucket over here. I mean, there's nothing to fear because Cecil has the safe travel augments. We're not going to get any random encounters anyway. Hi, potion. We've already opened all the treasures, but they'll be useful. We don't get to carry them over to New Game Plus, but they'll be useful as we go. Oh man, I can't wait for the Sylph Cave. With safe travel. Actually, one thing I want to check, because I know Cecil got a couple of... Oh, we're all paralyzed. As soon as we get into a fight, we're dead. That's funny. That onion sword is starting to look pretty sexy, though. I'm not gonna lie. I think the next sword he gets is the Ice Brand. Yeah, I'm gonna save point right now. God, the Sylph Cave is usually such an ordeal, but we're just gonna buzz right through it. New claws. So Yang must have like an iron ring or something. So otherwise he's usually not affected. We're going to be spending a lot of time in here too because there's a rare summon spell that only drops off a monster that spawns in this area. I don't know why we're going to the save point. The game auto-saves, but old habits. I don't want to make another scratch save until I'm absolutely certain that I'm going to get all of my augments from Tella, because those augments we actually have to use. They need to go to Resigned. Alright, do we get a game over immediately upon triggering this fight, I wonder? So that's what happens in the SNES version. If you get into a fight, everybody's got metal weapons, you just lose instantly. It's an immediate game over. So that is what happens, but you're also supposed to lose that fight. So you get the game over, but then instead of getting an actual game over, it just triggers the next cutscene. Cool. I'll be right back. I'm going to go hit the head, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. Like, take up his shoulders to help him walk. Don't just stand there and stare at him. The worst doctors in the world. He's getting pretty good sound out of that harp for only having 3 strings. So then we can use Tornado on the second half of this fight. If I recall correctly. Yeah, I do love how in the Free Enterprise randomizer, they actually sequenced a whole bunch of different songs for Edward to play on his harp here, using the Final Fantasy IV music samples. That miss, or can you not use it in this version? I'm gonna try one more time. Can't, out of MP. Is that just not working in this version? Hold on. I am perplexed. Ah, no, he's not susceptible to it in this version. Well, alright then. I wish I had draw attacks on. Yeah, I know they changed a lot of the boss battles, but I can never remember when I sit down to play this which ones and in what ways. Like, I know they gave Barbariscia like this awful lightning attack that does tons and tons of damage. Ooh. Look at that, what happened there. So yeah, you can basically go in with fire attacks in this version instead. I mean, we still can kill it because this thing cannot damage Cecil. Cecil got adamant armor. So, I'm not in any danger of losing here, I don't think. Dark Dragon being susceptible to Tornado in the original might be a bug, actually. It might have never been intended. According to this, his weakness is fire. Fire and earth. Oh, and holy. Cecil gets all the experience points. He's basically soloing the game. Oh, 3 levels. Oh, and he learned the spell that I want him to cast immediately. Okay. Does this all have raise? No. I'm not using a Phoenix down here. Screw it. I shouldn't need anything from Tower of Zod. Centaur Knight, Sorceress, Purple Bavaros, Gremlin, Black Knight, Frost Beast, Ice Lizard, Fell Turtle, Marionette, Marionette's here, Soldieress. 57 to 67. I think we do have all the Zot encounters. I don't have any on my list here that we've missed. Centaur Knight. Sorceress. Purple Bavaros. Gremlin, Black Knight, Frost Beast, Ice Lizard, Fell Turtle, Marionette's here, Marionette, Soldieress. That's it. We don't need any encounters out of Zod. So we can just run straight to the end of Zod. And I intend to... Yeah, maybe I should glance at that missables guide. I mean, we do have a third run coming. Like, I don't have... If I do miss something on this run, it's not the end of everything. That's where I'm at now, the Steam communities here. How to automate farming sessions for rare items? Really? Oh, it involves installing stuff. See, this says it has a guide that deals with missable content that has an impact on achievements. Oh, I should look at the achievement list, I guess. There are some that are missable. Oh, we've done that a few times tonight. Why not one more time, right? Let's pull up... the achievements lists. Let's see if I can put them on here for you. Oh, that was the wrong button. There it is. Okay. Achievement lists for Final Fantasy IV 3D version. This is all story stuff. Travel the Mist, travel the Damsian, defeat the Sahagin, defeat the Mom Bomb, attack by Leviathan, Scarmiglione, Cagnasso, Dark Elf, Mega Sisters, Barbarisha, Calcabrina, Dr. Luge, Rubicante, Demon Wall. Go to the Moon, Archfiends, CPU, finish the game. Finish the game on hard... There's a hard difficulty? Okay. Obtain Excalibur. Unseal all the Moon stuff. Got Adamant Armor, 1 Augment, 20 Augments, 1 Summon, all Summons. That can't be right. There are rare summons I know I don't have. Complete the maps. Complete Naming Way. Raise Cecil's Dark Knights to level 15, 20, 25. Oh, I guess that's as high as it goes. Okay. Raise Cecil's a Paladin to 10, 20, 30, 50, 70. 10,000 gil, 50,000 gil, 200,000 gil, 500,000 gil. Defeat 100, 500, 1,000, 2,000 enemies. 10%, 30%, 60% of the Bestiary. Talk to everybody in developer's office. Alright, achievements I still need. Talk to everybody in the training classroom. Oh, I can do that right now, actually. Obtain all onion items, attain all augments, find all hidden summons. So there's a separate achievement for that. Complete Bestiary, Gurion, Protobabble. So, okay, so nothing we can actually miss. The one missable achievement here is leveling Cecil to 25 as a Dark Knight, and we already didn't miss it, so we're in good shape. Let's fly back to Baron in a second here and talk to everybody in the training room. Okay, so this missables list, it's saying get Paladin Forms achievements, missable Bestiary and Tower of Zot, which I've done. Get Tella's achievements, which I'm pretty sure I've done. We need to remember to unequip Tella. Sid's augments before Dwarven Castle. Make sure we get Barnabas Z. Then Yang leaves the party there. Tower of Babel enemies on the second visit. Steal the Darkness augment from Odin. Yang's wife side quests. Bestiary and the Giant. Get out of my way, woman. Okay, yeah, I mean, it seems pretty straightforward. It's a good guide. I like it. It's helpful, but it's nothing that I wasn't already keeping my eye out for. But yeah, I'm glad it made note of that achievement, because I didn't even know that achievement existed. Chocobo's almost as big as that castle. Alright, we are immediately going to leave. Take a black chocobo to Baron. I mean, I've looked through the achievement lists before, but that was back in like February. Which might explain why we have Cecil at level 25. We must have had to take some time and grind him up to get there, I would think. Oh, this chocobo's huffing and puffing. I think we go down and around these mountains, though. This is how fast airships go in Final Fantasy III. Okay, where's the... Must be over here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Devil's Road. This is Rose's house. Is it just in the inn? No. There is a training room, isn't there? There's an achievement for it. Or is it in Kaipo? It's in Kaipo. Isn't it? Oh, now we can fly over mountains. Can turtles vomit? Is that, like, biologically possible? I know some animals, like, lack the ability to vomit. But who knows if turtles are one of them. I'm not gonna be able to get to Kaipo, am I? There's not gonna be anywhere to land over here that's a forest. Come on, I just need one tree. I always have to remember to come back here later, because there's nowhere for my bird to land. Yeah, there's not a forest anywhere on this continent. Oh well. I suppose I could go park over at Lake Fabul and journey all the way through the mountain. It's not something that I can miss. Like, I can always just do it later. I wonder if Sid can use this. Cool. Sid has real armor now. Oh, he's confused. Nice. Let's wait for him to hit himself. Well, I didn't realize he was going to heal himself. I guess I could have guessed. That was enough damage. Get all the treasures of the place. Yeah, once again, the Onion Sword is outclassed by the new sword we just found, but only by a couple points. Yang has a silver armlet, which is why he was bogged down in the Lodestone Cavern. Fair enough. Aga's sisters aren't going to be a problem, are they? The Badonk. Alright, I don't want Cecil to have safe passage for this. What do I want him to have? Draw attacks is not going to be useful. Actually, this might just be fine. These things don't attack anyway, they're just going to cast spells at us. Alright, how different is this silly fight? No, Cindy does do regular attacks, doesn't she? She's poisoned, that's interesting. Is Tella dead here? No. Oh, he has a healing spell on her because she's poisoned. Interesting. Oh, good. Tella has Reflect. Well, he's probably just going to die, and I don't care if he does. I'm assuming if Angelo had found anything great, you would have let me know in chat. You actually can't change people's names in this game. She's using a Delta attack herself? Yeah, she is. Oh, that's the wrong target again. Hey, Mindy's not confused. She's probably immune to it. We need to get Yang hasted in the next fight, but I don't know if Rosa is going to know haste. So the next fight's all about not wanting her to counterattack you. So you really want to focus on Yang 3 times. Alright, let's strip the old man. I don't think Yang's got a lightning dagger, or a lightning claw. No, he doesn't. He's fine. Okay, good, good, good. Great Angelo. I think we get voice acting in this scene. Oh my god! Oh, we don't. Oh well. I mean, come to think of it, I don't think you ever see a graveyard anywhere in this world, do you? There's not a cemetery or monuments or crypts anywhere. I think all bodies just disappear as soon as you die. Why is Golbez 17 feet tall? That's what I want to know. It's not even that impressive of an animation. It bounced the 9s though. That's not bad. Splat. Splat. Oh, now we get voice acting.
Why now stay your hand?
You're
Beautiful.
you, but how? We will finish this another time. Cecil, you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. But Tella...
Thinking I could best him. You shouldn't talk.
Sid's mouth is ridiculous.
Brought this.
Can we just
on
talk about Sid's
myself,
mouth in this game for a second?
letting hate consume me so. Please, avenge.
He's like a terrible pixelated Muppet.
Tella! No!
Come on!
Look at
Open your
this.
eyes, you old fool! Oh, Tella. Rest then with that daughter of yours.
Sid's like, you're the only one I've ever loved.
Tella, we will avenge your death and Anna's.
Sid is
swear
very,
it.
very upset. He was in passionate old man love with Tella. Alright, so yeah, we needed all those. I mean, Fusia's gotta have the best beard, right? But maybe not in this version. Like, his beard in this version is not as all-encompassing. Rose's arms must be exhausted by this point. Like, she's been dangling by her wrists for weeks. What is she wearing? She just runs around in her underwear in this game. Alright, gold hairpin, Sage's surplus, you're good to go. You can... Ooh, blood lance. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. Rosa. Oh, it's a key item, isn't it? Yeah. Fast Talker. Rosa needs this. and this. I'm wondering if I want to give these to Rosa too, because I don't like. I think these are key. I think these key off of intelligence, which Rosa doesn't have a lot of. But there's no point giving them to Edge because Edge already has these kind of like elemental attacks in his own repertoire, and there's really no reason to give them to Rydia. So I'm thinking we give these to Rosa. We don't have to make that decision right now, though. So aim is just bad. Oh, she has level lust too. She has all the good stuff right now. Okay, so dual casts instead of white magic. I think we just go with dual cast, omnicast, and fast talker. Why did I give her this? I don't remember why I gave this to her. It might have had something to do with stats, like stats at level up, but we're not really going to pay attention to that. So yeah, I think this is just fine. Oh, she can do something with attack too. And then auto battle, I can put aim. Like that's a Rosa layout loadout right there, man. As for you, my friend, keep jump. We're gonna give you focus and darkness. Yes, because we want Kain and Cecil and Edge to have both of these. This is fine. Don't you just want to keep him in the back row, though? Kain has Cry. Like, that's legitimately the best character to give it to, because Kain... Every other character in your final party has... like a lot that's competing for their ability slots, but Kain doesn't. He basically just jumps. But Cry is just a universally good command. I don't think we're going to need to focus Darkness Jump right now. But yeah, as long as we basically just use counterattack, or don't trigger her counterattack, rather. Alright. So Cry. Focus. Cover Sid, I guess. You defend. Dual casts. Protect everyone. Shell everyone. And her fast talker, like she's the best caster in the world now. Focus does work on jump. That's cool. I don't think I knew that. Kira and... oh, what else am I going to do at this point? Slow. This is such a good song. Oh man, Rosa's HP. I gave her the augment for it, and it damaged her, I guess. Whoops. Wait till Rosa's spells come out before I trigger this counter lightning, I think. Yeah, so all three of my attackers are going to have focus and darkness, I think. Did Yang just friggin' miss? What a dick! That's so upsetting. Yang focused for 3 rounds, then friggin' missed. We might have maxed that. He might be at 99 covers now. This fight's so much easier in the 2D version because you can just go, you can literally go berserk. You can cast berserk on everybody. I haven't seen her counter lightning in a few rounds. I'm not sure what Caps is. Sid has nothing useful to do here. Sid, just sit there with that badonk and look awesome, dude. You don't need to do anything special. She did. That went smoothly. I can't believe Yang missed. He charged for 3 rounds, missed, charged for 3 rounds, and didn't get to try again. Why even show up, Yang? Splat. Now she casts teleport. Didn't think to do that before we got assaulted by the wind demon monster lady. I made an airship remote control for exactly this situation. She must be using the teleport spell to, like, sneak into Cecil's room without her mom knowing. That makes sense, right? All right. And we'll make a new scratch slot here now that we know we don't need Tell It anymore. And I think it's about that time to see what Angelo dug up. We can... music back. Back on screen. All right. We're at 46 hours played. In red time, that's 146 hours played. Oh, that makes me happy. I think we are done with turtle spinning. Brothers gets it. And this one's for the inventory. There you go, my dudes. Ribbon. Logs, amulets. Friendships. She's got ribbon. He's got ribbon. She's got ribbon. That's it. That's it. Turtles are done. They're done. We don't need to spin the turtle anymore. Oh, I think when we go back to grinding, next time we do a Resigned to the Grind stream, I think we just go hard at Final Fantasy VIII and mop up the rest of the stuff. It's just getting inventory, getting spells, and leveling these peoples to 100. We've just got to level Selfie and Keistis, and we got to level these, all the gifts, to 100. The turtle will always spin in our hearts. I have a turtle gif. Maybe I should make the turtle gif like exploitable, like make it a transparent gif so I can just put it anywhere on my stream. Oh, that we got 2 ribbons today. That's awesome. We're done with turtle spinning. We still might have to play a bunch of triple triad. We still might have to do. So actually, no. Next time Pixel Remaster takes priority. We're gonna play through that. I haven't been archiving the Pixel Remaster runs, especially not in the grinding playlist. So tomorrow we won't be doing any grinding. But once I'm done with Final Fantasy IV, and I'm probably only gonna play it once. I imagine once I finish Final Fantasy IV, I'm not gonna want to go back to it because I've still got to play the 3D version 1.5 more times, and I've got to play the PSP version, and all of those are going to be a bunch of grinding. So we're not going to do challenge runs or anything of it. But once Final Fantasy IV Pixel Remaster is in the can, I think we come back, we do a spreadsheet session for Final Fantasy VIII Magic, and we just start filling out the lists. This inventory, I think, will go all the way to page 18. It ought to. But we just want to get one of everything, basically. Excellent. And then we'll see about what we want to do about stats in Final Fantasy VIII. I think that's going to do it for me tonight, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see everybody